the atmosphere. Also, the eye is closed off. We're seeing an eye wall replacement cycle happening here with this storm. Another sign of it weakening. 155-mile-per-hour winds. It is a Cat 4 here at this moment. Pressure is coming up a little bit to 915 millibars. It's moving to the northeast at 16, so it has picked up some speed, which once again was anticipated. We still think it'll make landfall at least as a Category 4, but keep in mind, we categorize storms by their wind speeds, and that isn't always the best way to do it. Because like I said, with this one, it is going to have a Category 5 storm surge with it when it makes landfall. It's going to put whole barrier islands underwater there on Florida's west coast. Longboat Key, Siesta Key, Anna Maria Island, all those islands likely will be mostly underwater here by this storm. Then it's going to track across central Florida, and then by tomorrow, it'll be out there in the Atlantic. So it's going to be a short event time-wise, but a catastrophic one as far as what it's going to do. You can see the eye with that violent core around it. Look at that right there, because it churns its way off to the north and east, so we're starting to see a better radar picture of the storm. Meanwhile, we're on the other side of the front up here where everything is, nice. We got beautiful weather, and we're going to have beautiful weather. This is going to get all pushed off over towards the east and away from us, and we're not going to see anything from it but some choppy waves out there in the Gulf. Looking at the temperatures, we're doing good. 59 in Calvert, Chatham, Bay Minette has beautiful conditions there. 64 in Mobile, 69 in Pensacola. Really pleasant conditions. You'll need your sunglasses. Roman's got his sunglasses on today. He is our Jack's Bus Stop Kiddo of the Day, Roman Hall, and he's got those sunglasses, like I said, and he's given this beautiful day 2 thumbs up here for us on the Gulf Coast. We'll have more on your forecast and more on Milton coming up in just a few minutes. it'll still have that impact of that storm surge where it makes landfall and points southward as well. So this is going to be a devastating storm. But look at that on the radar view, you can really see the violent winds that are around that violent core of the storm. And where that makes landfall, it's going to be like a 20-mile wide tornado where it makes landfall. It's going to be absolutely devastating. Right now, it's got winds of 155 miles an hour. So the 7 a.m. update, they did lower the wind speeds a little bit. It has peaked out. From every advisory from here on out is likely to weaken. Could stay the same, but most likely it's going to keep weakening with each advisory as it makes landfall. But once again, that's just the wind speeds. It is not the whole story. The water that comes with this storm will be the most catastrophic part of it, and that really won't be changing as it makes landfall here near the Tampa area, Sarasota area, Longboat Key, Anna Maria Island, Siesta Key. Those are the areas where we believe that it will make landfall. Here is that dry air. This is what's beginning to start to work on this storm, and that is where we're starting to see the weakening, because this is coming into the western flank of the storm. So it's starting to lose its symmetrical look, and it's starting to become more lopsided looking. Once again, fully expected. That's what the futurecasts have been showing. The modeling has been showing less rain around the southern end of this, but still, you know, once again, catastrophic impacts at landfall. Where is it going to make landfall? Well, it's going to make landfall in an area that's highly populated no matter what it does. So if it's going to wobble a little bit, but that's not going to make a big difference in the overall impacts. Now, for folks that live there, yeah, it does make a difference, those little wobbles, because it can make the difference between the winds going offshore or the winds going onshore with 15 to 20 foot storm surge. So it does make an impact for the folks that if you're watching from the evacuation zones. I know you're going to be watching very closely here today to see exactly where that eye makes landfall. It looks like it'll track basically up the I-4 corridor. Disney World's right here. I put Disney World on the map because I know a lot of our folks here, that's one of it helps you with your geography. It travels up I-4, it exits around Daytona Beach or the Space Coast, and then heads back out into the Atlantic sometime during the day tomorrow. Once again, catastrophic impacts with the storm surge, 15 to 20 feet where it makes landfall. But even south of where it makes landfall, they're going to see 10 feet, 8 feet, 6 feet of water that'll cause major issues all up and down the coast, well beyond the forecast cone. Down here around Naples and Marco Island, they're going to see massive storm surges down there as well. So it's all up and down the West Florida coast. Is going to be seeing devastating impacts from this storm as the day goes along. For us, the only impact that we see is rough surf, high rip current risk today. And tomorrow we have beautiful weather. The front that's going to help, the trough that's going to help to turn the storm over towards the Tampa area is giving us beautiful weather. We stay on the other side of it. Really nice conditions out there this morning. You can roll your windows down, enjoy your ride into work. It is really nice out there this morning, upper 50s and low 60s here across much of the area. The day planner for today looks fantastic. It gets a little warm in the afternoon, upper 80s. Which is a little bit above average, but still very, very pleasant. Lots of sunshine, dry, and not much in the way of humidity, feeling pretty comfortable. And the long range forecast, I mean, I don't know if you could, if you're jotting out a 7-day forecast, if you could jot out a better one than this. I mean, it is just fantastic. Beautiful conditions right on through the end of the week, on into the weekend, upper 50s in the morning, low to mid 80s in the afternoons, and just gorgeous conditions here through the rest of the week.
All right, Matt, thank you very much. Our time now 7:18. Well, as folks evacuate ahead of Hurricane Milton, a Baldwin County State Park is stepping in to help out. Anaya, Fox 10 News' Anaya Spraggs joins us now live outside of the Blakely State Park. Anaya, good morning, and please tell us more about what they're doing for evacuees.
Good morning, Eric. Well, the park is making all RV spots available and coordinating so that evacuees can settle in safely. Now, the first night of RV stays is going to be free. If you're a Florida resident in the affected area and looking for a safe place to park your RV, Blakely has a few open spots available. To reserve one, call the park directly at 251-626-0798. Keep in mind, you'll need a valid Florida driver's license to qualify, and if you or someone you know with an RV needs a safe place to go, call the number to book a spot between 8 a.m. and 7 p.m. And this is not the first time that Blakely State Park has done something like this. The director recalls a similar time where they have helped Florida residents, particularly coming from Panama City, who had lost their homes. And I'll talk a little bit more about that coming up a little bit later. But for now, back to y'all in the studio.
Anaya, thank you. It is now 7:19. Some of Florida's biggest amusement parks are shutting down as Hurricane Milton heads toward land. So the the parks are shutting down include Walt Disney World, Universal Orlando, and SeaWorld. They all announced their parks and facilities will close today and will likely remain closed through tomorrow. Universal says its Halloween Horror Nights on those days will also be canceled. The announcements follow Milton's upgrade to a Category 5. It's back down to a 4, but it is expected to do obviously catastrophic damage. Meantime, a program to support small businesses during natural disasters could run out of funds. President Biden is calling for Congress to add more federal funding for the Small Business Administration. He's stating its current aid could be gone in the next few weeks following Hurricane Helene and then, of course, Hurricane Milton. The Biden administration, which supports small businesses' recovery from natural disasters, says it may have to delay some of its loan progress if it does not receive more funding soon. Businesses can apply for the loans to replace or repair damaged property or to help meet financial obligations. The deadline to apply for the loans is June 30th, 2025.
The parent company of Fox 10 News, Gray Media, is teaming up with the Salvation Army for Hurricane Helene relief. If you want to help, grab your phone and point the camera to your screen to scan that QR code. That will be taking you to the donation area. The Red Cross is working to provide agency emergency aid, food, drinks, emotional and spiritual care, plus long-term recovery services for survivors and rescue workers. By making a financial donation at helenehelp.org, you're helping to make those services possible. You're also bringing hope to those in need. An unofficial indicator for storm severity, shows an index change ahead of Hurricane Milton's landfall. And Boeing's latest offer to end its ongoing machinist strike
Key, Anna Maria Island right at the mouth of Tampa Bay. The big critical thing for the folks that live here is if they get offshore winds in Tampa Bay, that will empty Tampa Bay rather than putting 15 or 20 feet of storm surge in it. But obviously if it comes in just a little bit to the north, a little wobble to the north over St. Petersburg, that'll put 15 to 20 feet of water into the bay. So that's the one critical thing here as it makes landfall that folks will be watching out for. Regardless of that, there is no wobble that's going to really help here because this is a highly populated coast all through there. So it is going to do massive damage. It's going to put whole islands like Longboat Key, Anna Maria Island underwater with its storm surge. So that'll cause massive destruction. Then it's likely to track up I-4. Disney World right here on I-4. Looks like they'll get the northern part of the eye wall, so they expect destruction in and around Orlando for sure, and then it'll work its way offshore by tomorrow morning back off the Space Coast. So once again, this is going to be an ugly ride for folks in Central Florida. A catastrophic landfall later today of Milton. Meanwhile, we're on the other side of this front, high and dry, clear skies, looking absolutely fantastic in our part of the Gulf Coast. Just the way it's worked out. Here's what it looks like for us. Pensacola, beautiful conditions there, lots of sunshine. If you're out and about this morning, maybe a great morning to go for a walk or a jog out there at the park. Looking absolutely fantastic. Obviously, we're going to be dealing with Milton as the day goes along. We'll have a lot more on the storm coming up.
Matt, thank you. It is now 7:34. As Hurricane Milton approaches landfall in Florida, we're still following the threat of rip currents on our local beaches. Fox 10's Stephen Moody joins us now live from Orange Beach. Stephen, good morning.
Sarah, good morning. Yeah, the rip current risk has been high all week, and that risk remains high here this morning. Now, we've made our way here onto the beach here in Cotton Bayou on Orange Beach, and you can just see it is a beautiful morning, but those waves are rushing here today. Now, the National Weather Service in Mobile says a high risk of deadly rip currents will impact the Alabama and Western Florida Panhandle beaches through Thursday, and a high surf advisory is going to be in effect starting tonight through Thursday, and minor beach erosion is also possible. As always with high rip current risk, the easiest way to stay safe is to avoid the water. Thankfully, we haven't seen anyone out there this morning. There's people walking alongside the beach, but not actually getting in the water. No land impacts are expected for our areas, but it's important to stay aware of the conditions on these beaches. And that includes paying attention to the flags. Now, red flags have been flying all week. Red means a high hazard, and double reds means that the water is close to all swimmers. Once again, it's so important to stay out of the water. Now, we'll have more coming up throughout the morning, and of course, you can stay up to date over on our website and on our mobile app as well. Reporting live this morning here in Orange Beach, Stephen Moody, Fox 10 News.
Stephen, thank you very much. Our time now 7:35. Help is already on the way to Florida as Milton inches closer to making landfall. Alabama Task Force 1 is made up of several different agencies like the Fort Payne Fire and Rescue, the Marshall County Heavy Rescue Team, and Mobile Fire and Rescue. They'll also be getting some help from Task Force 3. This time, things will be more difficult, though, after Florida takes a direct hit from took a direct hit from Hurricane Helene 2 weeks ago. Florida officials say the damage from Milton could be catastrophic. But Alabama Task Force 1 says that they're prepared to handle some of everything. The plan is for first responders to head over to Live Oak, Florida, and wait there until the storm passes. After that, Florida officials will figure out where to assign the crews. Mobile Fire and Rescue says that they'll be deployed for 10 days.
It is now 7:36. I want to take a minute here and show y'all our Fox 10 News weather app. This is a free app and it's a great resource. You can get weather information 24/7 and you can get it for exactly where you need or exactly what you're looking at. I was just looking at the different videos that we have across the top. Of course, everybody is talking about what's going on with Hurricane Milton. It is a devastating storm and we are continuing to watch the path, and you can see that here across the top here when you look at our videos. But the impact that Hurricane Milton has on us, you can see here is as well. We're talking about rip current risks, and that listed out for you in that video. And when we scroll over a little bit more, the future cast across our area. Y'all, you can get this anytime you want to. Also, we have the wobble tracker on here, but our meteorologists put videos on every day. They do forecasts for us throughout the day to make sure you have the most up-to-date information, and you can find those there. Our radar is one of the best features, I think, on this app because you can really move things around and get to what you want to see. I'm going to zoom out, of course, because in our area there's not a whole lot going on in terms of radar. But when you zoom out, you really get a good look at what's going on with Milton, and it lets you know where it's been, and it lets you know where it's expected to go and how strong it's going to be as it makes landfall. If you're making plans for the day, you can go hourly here. We list all the temperatures and the conditions, and it's really nice to see for us today. It's bright sunshines all the way across. And looking ahead to the weekend, we have this beautiful weather right now. You can go to the daily weather forecast, and it lets you know what to expect this weekend, which also continues to have lots of sunshines across here as well. This is a great resource, y'all, and it's free. You can download it at any time. You can get into it anytime. And one other thing to take a look at. So we're looking at Mobile right now, but say we wanted to take a look at Fort Walton Beach, we can change the forecast area, and you can see if things are going to be changing in these different areas in terms like, look, we have some things that come up with warnings like high surf advisory and rip current statements. A great resource that you can access for free. Highly recommend. It is right now 7:38. We are taking a live look outside as we continue to track Milton as it makes its way toward the Florida Peninsula. This is I-275 northbound, and this is near the St. Petersburg area. We are happy to see that there aren't a lot of cars on the road this morning as many folks have evacuated. Now, the elevated bridges in this area have shut down. They are closed in both directions as they're expecting this massive storm surge, windy conditions, rain, all of that. So as you take a live look outside this morning, the rain
Hey, we got great weather out there today, but unfortunately, this is one of those weather days where it's going to be catastrophic, and it's going to be for our neighbors to the south of us down in the Tampa Bay region. They are going to be experiencing a catastrophic landfall here later on today. Now, we are seeing the storm undergoing some changes that were forecast and expected. It is not as symmetrical as it was just a few hours ago. It is starting to get worked on by some upper level wind shear, and the western side of the storm is beginning to crumble a bit. The eye has starting to fall apart. It's going to go through an eye wall replacement cycle here over the next little bit. So this will not be strengthening anymore from this on out. It's already peaked. It's beyond its peak now. It's going to begin going downhill with its wind speeds. Now, strength is relative because what this is going to do will still be catastrophic. Even though the wind speeds are going to be coming down, it has built up a Category 5 storm surge like Katrina did. Katrina made landfall just as a Category 3 storm, but did massive damage because it had a storm surge of over 20 feet. This is going to do something very similar. This storm will. So they're going to see massive storm surge all up and down the west coast of Florida. And once again, this will impact millions of people. This is hitting a highly populated area. This is one of those nightmare scenarios. In fact, this is the very scenario that the EOC in Florida trained on earlier this year. Their mock storm was a major hurricane hitting the Tampa Bay area, and lo and behold, that's what we've got. Category 4 right now, 155 mile per hour winds. Pressure has begun to come up a little bit, 915 millibars. We'll see those pressures continue to rise as the day goes along. The movement is to the northeast at 16, so it is picking up a little bit of speed as well as it moves to the north. All right, and it's going to make landfall likely as a Category 4. You can see they have it at 130 miles per hour here at landfall. So we do anticipate, once again, gradual weakening of the winds before landfall. But unfortunately, we're not going to see any lower water rises or anything like that. We're going to see a massive storm surge come in with this storm. There's the dry air that's beginning to work on the west side of the storm. That's what's beginning to start to disrupt that center of it. Once again, as forecast, as expected, here is the HRRR, the high resolution model showing the storm here by noontime today. Heavy rain bands beginning to work their way into the central Florida Gulf Coast. And where is it going to make landfall? I know that's going to be very critical for a lot of folks that live there because it'll be the difference between water getting pushed offshore or 15, 20 feet of water coming onshore. So this is going to be hypercritical for the folks that live there. For the overall, destruction, it's not going to make a whole lot of difference. It's going to be extremely destructive no matter where exactly it makes landfall. It is going to impact a lot of people because all of this coastline is built up. There are whole islands here like Longboat Key, Siesta Key, Anna Maria Island that could easily go underwater due to the storm surge. Then it's going to travel up the I-4 corridor right through Disney World. So Disney World is likely to be impacted by the eye wall. Then it's going to work its way off the Space Coast, the central part of the Atlantic coast over here in Florida. They call it the Space Coast because obviously Cape Canaveral is right there. Then it'll move offshore by tomorrow morning or around lunchtime tomorrow. Once again, this will be the critical impact, and the winds will not matter so much with this. There is going to be a massive storm surge regardless, and we're going to see that here through the Tampa Bay area and south of Tampa Bay, going all the way down to Naples, Florida. They're going to see massive storm rises. Now, obviously, where it comes ashore is going to be critical for them because where they get some offshore winds could actually empty out Tampa Bay rather than putting in 15 to 20 feet of surge. It'll be all dependent on exactly where that center line goes through. So a lot happening, obviously, in Central Florida as they deal with Milton headed towards shore. For us, the only impacts that we see, high rip current risk today. That's it. That's the only impacts that we see. We can keep folks out of the water up here. We'll do just fine. We have beautiful conditions here. Very pleasant when you first walk out the door this morning. It's 64 in Mobile, 69 in Pensacola. The dew point's in the 50s, which means the air is crisp and comfortable. It'll be warm today. I mean, we're going to get into the upper 80s this afternoon, but it'll be a beautiful day with lots of sunshine and hardly even any clouds and just looking really nice all day long, right on into the evening as well. Kids have some practices or you just got to run to the grocery store. It'll be really nice here for you this evening as well. Then this 7-day outlook, about as nice as you could draw it up. I mean, it is just going to be fantastic here through the rest of the week and on into the upcoming weekend. So it's going to be beautiful here for the next 7 days. But of course, we'll be tracking Milton as it makes a catastrophic landfall later on today. The storm's still well offshore at this point and changing. It's starting to go through that cycle that we anticipated of weakening. Now that weakening is only really happening with the winds, though. It's still going to have a massive storm surge with it, and it's still going to have catastrophic impacts as it makes landfall here in central Florida. And been watching the wobble tracker. I mean, it's the center of the circulation is really following right along this forecast here from the National Hurricane Center. And that center line, Longboat Key, Bradenton, Sarasota. So that is where the impact is most likely to happen. If it does go just south of Tampa Bay, that may help Tampa Bay. In other words, they'll have offshore winds and not see as much water go into Tampa Bay, but that is not guaranteed at this point. And even if it does this, it's still going to impact a ton of people because all of this coastline is highly populated, and whole islands like Longboat Key are going to go underwater due to the storm surge. So this is going to have a catastrophic impact here along the west central Florida coastline in the Tampa Bay area. Then it's likely to track right up I-4 through Orlando. 155-mile-per-hour winds, Cat 4. It is not going to get any stronger from this point. We can say that. It has begun its weakening cycle. It's starting to get on the west side. It's not as symmetrical anymore because it's starting to get hit by wind shear in the upper levels of the atmosphere. But once again, it's still going to have catastrophic impacts regardless. We anticipated some weakening of the winds, but it's not going to be enough to save Central Florida from once again, a terrible impact from the storm. You can see it pretty well there on the radar now. You can see that violent core around the center. We're being protected by this front. That front pushes it across the peninsula of Florida. It cannot come up our way. We're going to have beautiful weather here the rest of the day. And here's what it looks like with the temperatures. It's really comfortable outside. Temperatures mostly in the 60s, although we're starting to see some 70s in coastal areas. And here's what it looks like over the next several hours. It's going to warm on up today. Should be in the upper 80s this afternoon. So it's going to be a warm day out there, but a beautiful day with lots of sunshine and low humidity. Let's go ahead and hit the highway here. And check it out, the Bayway. We do have some slowdowns going westbound into Mobile. So if you're coming from the eastern shore, you may want to hop off and head over on the causeway. It's not a huge slowdown, but it is a slowdown that we're experiencing out there on the Bayway. The rest of I-10 through Mobile County doing pretty good. Just a small slowdown through Tillman's Corner. 65 all the way up through Baldwin County doing just fine. The rest of I-10 through Baldwin County doing pretty good as well. Through Loxley and Malbus we're doing all right. And then southern Baldwin, we're doing good here as well. Only some slowdowns around the major intersections. So all in all, we're doing good traffic wise. Of course, I'll keep an eye on it for you. And if anything changes, I'll let you know.
Matt, thank you. It is now 8:03. With Hurricane Milton forcing evacuations in parts of Florida, a lot of people are looking for a safe place to go. With this in mind, a state park in Baldwin County is making room for evacuees. Fox 10's Anaya Spraggs joins us now live from Blakely State Park. Anaya, good morning. So what should people know if they're interested in booking?
Good morning, Sarah. Well, the park is making a limited number of RV parking spots available free of charge for the first night. Now, officials say in order to come, you must show a valid Florida driver's license and call 251-626-0798 to book a spot between 8 a.m. and 7 p.m. Park officials say they've already received several inquiries from evacuees seeking refuge from the storm. And fall is also usually a busy time for the park as many visitors make reservations for the cooler months, so keep that in mind as well. But for now, reporting live in Spanish Fort, Anaya Spraggs, Fox 10 News.
Anaya, thank you very much. And it is 8:04. Alabama, by the way, has 21 state parks, including Mare and Gulf State Parks in Baldwin County. So no matter where you are, you're never more than an hour away, they say, from a state park. Now, if one of them begins to fill up, there are others nearby. Park officials say the parks have accommodations for every budget. Campers can choose between tent camping, RV camping, lodges, or cabins. Park officials say the easiest way to make a reservation is through their website at alapark.com. But if you do not have internet access, they can also be reached by phone at 1-800-ALA-PARK.
New this hour, hospitals and nursing homes throughout the state of Florida are taking the advice of officials to evacuate. While some can evacuate safely in buses, many actually require ambulance services. According to Kevin Guthrie with the Florida Division of Emergency Management, several hundred ambulances are being called upon to assist with this effort.
Hospitals, ALFs, and nursing homes have certainly heeded the warnings that have been put out. And we are in the middle of there's 500 to 600 ambulances that are in active evacuation right now of medical facilities in the greater Tampa Bay region. We have requested even more rescue and ambulance units from FEMA. They have them staged in the southeast United States, probably in the Atlanta, Georgia area.
According to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, 10 hospitals have reported evacuations as of yesterday afternoon, and 300 healthcare facilities have evacuated as well.
All right, we've got a quad cam setup here along the west coast of Florida. These are different spots along the west coast, and boy, they're all in wait and see mode. And that's all you can do at this point. Hopefully they've already got all their preparations in place. The folks that are going to get out hopefully have gotten out. It is going to be an absolute disaster zone where this makes landfall here later on today. Of course, we're talking about Hurricane Milton, and it's amazing that the changes that can happen very quickly in a storm like this. Earlier this morning, it had that circular saw sort of symmetrical look to it, but look over just the last hour or so, it has become much more ragged. It's now starting to encounter wind shear on the western side of it. The eye has closed off, and it is definitely going through a weakening stage as far as the winds are concerned. The unfortunate part is that winds aren't everything with a hurricane. It's already built up a massive storm surge, and that massive storm surge is going to ride along with it right into the west coast of Florida. So even though it won't have the winds of a Category 5 when it makes landfall, it'll have the storm surge of a Category 5 when it makes landfall, just like what we saw with Katrina so many years ago. So this is a very similar setup. We're going to see devastating impacts along the west central Gulf Coast here of near Tampa. And you can now pretty well see that. You can see how the eye closes off right towards the end, but still very violent winds there around that center of that storm. 155 mile per hour winds, pressures up to 918 millibars. We just got another update here. They didn't lower the wind speeds, but they are showing higher pressure, which is another sign here of the storm weakening, moving to the northeast at 16 miles per hour. The thinking of the landfall has not changed. It is going to make landfall somewhere between St. Petersburg and down here around Venice, Florida. So St. Petersburg to Venice, that is where it's going to make landfall. The most likely landfall is in the Bradenton area, Longboat Key. Longboat Key is going to go pretty much completely underwater here, and that is a built-up island. There is homes and businesses and hotels all across that island. And here it is. You can see the dry air beginning to work on the west side of the storm. This is all forecast. This was anticipated that we'd see dry air begin to wrap around and make this look more ragged as it came into shore. It is once again going to make that impact. Once again, this is Longboat Key right here, Anna Maria Island, Siesta Key. Those are the islands that are going to take the brunt of the impact of the storm surge as it makes landfall. The only real question here is how much water goes into Tampa Bay, or whether the water gets pushed out by the winds on the other side of the eye wall. That's going to be one of the big questions with the storm as it makes impact. It's also going to work its way up I-4. Disney World will go right through the center of the circulation, and it'll exit off the Space Coast near Daytona Beach tomorrow morning. Once again, the winds are going to be devastating where it makes impact, but the winds are just one part of the story. The other part of the story will be all the water that's going to get pushed up with the storm surge, and even well south of where it makes landfall, they'll get high storm surges. Disney World right here, I mean, look at that. That's the center of circulation, just tracking right up I-4 and then working its way off the coast tomorrow. Peak storm surge, where it makes landfall, 15 to 20 feet. Outside of where it makes landfall to the south, you'll get 8 to 10 to 12 feet of surge, and then even all the way down to Naples, you're probably going to see as much as 6 feet of surge. So that the impacts of the surge are going to be catastrophic along the west coast. High rip current risk for us is the only impacts that we see. We actually have beautiful weather up our way. We're on the other side of the front. That front's going to help to push all the weather from the storm over across the peninsula of Florida. We have really nice conditions, temperatures in the 60s and low 70s, really comfortable, low humidity. It's going to be warm today, upper 80s and maybe even touching 90 in a couple spots, but low humidity. It's going to be really comfortable and really nice. And our 7-day forecast, we actually see our temperatures come down a bit more towards the end of the week, and it's going to be really comfortable early fall conditions here for us on the upcoming weekend. We have gorgeous weather for the next 7 days.
All right, Matt, thank you very much. Our time now 8:15. Well, as Matt mentioned, Milton remains an extremely powerful and still dangerous hurricane this morning. Some cruise passengers experiencing the wrath of the storm. Fox News' Vanessa Pacheco joins us live this morning in the News Center. And Vanessa, good morning. You have some incredible video to show us, right?
That's right, Eric. The video you're about to see was shot by a passenger on the Royal Caribbean Harmony of the Seas. So you can see the passengers dealing with strong winds courtesy of Milton in the Gulf of Mexico. Teresa Perrin is on the cruise and shot this video. She says the ship itself hasn't had any issues, but as you can see and you can imagine, it's been pretty rocky. The cruise left from Galveston on Saturday and was supposed to head to Honduras and Mexico, but for safety, the crew has already canceled a few stops to avoid the hurricane. Meantime, Carnival Cruise Line, Royal Caribbean International, Celebrity Cruises, and Margaritaville at Sea have already changed itineraries for ships from a range of ports. Now, on Tuesday, Disney Cruise Line posted a tropical weather advisory about one of its ships, the Disney Wish, and said the sailing of the Disney Wish, scheduled for October 11th, is now canceled. Now, if you're scheduled for a cruise from Florida or within the Gulf of Mexico this week, make sure to monitor emails or text alerts from your cruise line to stay informed on any changes. Sarah?
All right, Vanessa, thank you. Help is already on the way to Florida as Milton inches closer to making landfall. Alabama Task Force 1 is made up of several different agencies like Fort Payne Fire Rescue, the Marshall County Heavy Rescue Team, and Mobile Fire Rescue. They'll also be getting some help from Task Force 3. This time, things will be more difficult after Florida took a direct hit from Hurricane Helene 2 weeks ago. Alabama Task Force 1 was there to help with Helene, but officials say the damage that they are expecting from Milton could be catastrophic, of course, on top of damage from Helene. But Alabama Task Force 1 says they are prepared to handle some of everything.
There could be people trapped, cut off in buildings, things that they're not able to get out or evacuate. Then we'll have to go around and we'll check to make sure there's nobody trapped. Everybody is very anxious to get down there and provide the help, and glad to be able to support the state of Florida and their residents.
The plan is for first responders to head over to Live Oak, Florida, and wait there until the storm passes. After that, Florida officials will figure out where to assign the crews. Mobile Fire Rescue says they will be deployed for 10 days.
Well, federal officials warn of hurricane scams as Milton makes its way towards Florida. The National Center for Disaster Fraud is urging the public now to stay alert to possible scams on and any potential online fraudulent activity during Hurricane Milton. And of course, as recovery efforts continue from Hurricane Helene. The NCDF says that people looking to help those in need should be suspicious of charities that use pressure to get donations. Don't click on links from an unknown source, and look out for the charities asking for your Social Security number.
Coming up, a new initiative. really actually had kind of an impact.
Yeah, it's feeling pretty good for us across the area. So, you know, normally on a day like today, I could be happy like, oh, we got great weather out there today. But this is one of those times, unfortunately, where some of our neighbors are going to be experiencing a catastrophic event here later on today. Of course, that is with Hurricane Milton. It has been undergoing some changes just in the last couple of hours. We're starting to see wind shear hit it on the west side, so it's become less symmetrical. The eye has started to close off, so it is weakening. The winds are weakening, which was forecast, which was anticipated. But the other thing that we've been forecasting the whole time, the other thing we've been anticipating the whole time, is that this storm isn't going to be just about its winds. It's going to be a lot more about its water, the storm surge that it carries with it. It is built up a Category 5 storm surge. That's not going to change. That's not going to weaken. Where this thing makes landfall, 15 to 20 feet of storm surge is certainly possible where it makes landfall. Outside of where it makes landfall, there will still be very high water amounts, storm surge values. 10, 12 feet is possible in some other areas, and all the way down to Naples, which will be well away from where it makes actual landfall, they'll probably see around 6 feet of storm surge, which will still do a lot of damage. So all up and down that west coast of Florida, there's going to be major issues due to the storm surge, catastrophic issues. Pressure has continued to come up. They had an 8 a.m. advisory. They upped the pressure a little bit. The winds have stayed the same at 155 miles per hour. The core, the violent core of this storm is not very big, okay? But where it makes landfall, it's going to be like a 15, 20 mile wide tornado, essentially, where it makes landfall. So it is losing some of that strength, but where that core comes in will be absolutely devastating. That looks to be Longboat Key. Longboat Key is the long key that is right out ahead of Bradenton and Sarasota, the area right through there. Anna Maria Island, Longboat Key, and then you have Siesta Key. And those islands could all pretty much go underwater with the storm surge. The only real question mark here will be, will Tampa Bay be emptied of water by winds coming out of the west on the north side, or will the center come close enough to the bay to push 15 to 20 feet of water in to Tampa Bay? That's the big question mark here, still to be answered. It looks like the center, the track is going to go right up I-4. Disney World, of course, is right there. Disney World is closed today, and then it's going to work its way offshore by tomorrow. Here's what it looks like on the big picture. We have a front. That front is what's helped us out. We've got beautiful weather. It's also going to force this storm across the peninsula and not allow it to come any farther to the north. Here's what it looks like from Pensacola right now. It looks pretty fantastic. It is a beautiful morning if you want to go out for a walk or a little bit of a jog, just walk the dog. It is just beautiful down there by the bay at Maritime Park, so that'd be a great thing to go do. Temperatures will warm up by lunchtime. We're in the low to mid 80s here as we head towards the afternoon. More details on Milton coming up.
All right, Matt, thank you very much. Our time 8:31, and as Hurricane Milton approaches landfall in Florida, we're still following the threat of rip currents on our local beaches. Fox News' Stephen Moody joining us live now from Orange Beach this morning. Stephen, good morning. How do things look there behind you?
Yeah, hey, Eric. Good morning. We are here in Orange Beach where the rip current risk remains high as it's been all week, but that hasn't stopped people from coming out here to enjoy this day. Now you can just see here behind me just a ton of people here. The surf isn't that bad, but they are expecting the rip current risk to remain high. Now the National Weather Service in Mobile says a high risk of deadly rip currents will impact the Alabama and Western Florida Panhandle beaches through Thursday, and a high surf advisory is in effect starting tonight through Thursday. Minor beach erosion is also possible, and as always with high rip current risk, the easiest way to stay safe is to stay out of the water. Now, no land impacts are expected for our areas, but it's important to stay aware of the condition on these beaches. That includes paying attention to the flags. Now, red means a high hazard, and double reds means that the water is closed to all swimmers. Now, today here on Orange Beach, we're just looking out now. We can see that the flags are currently a single red, so no double reds here yet today. Once again, if you do see those double reds, it is important to just stay out of the water. Now, we'll have more coming up in our midday hour, and once again, you can always stay up to date with all of this news over on our website at fox10tv.com and on our free mobile app. Reporting live this morning here in Orange Beach, Stephen Moody, Fox 10 News.
All right, Stephen, thank you. It is 8:33. More than 20 million people
Radar here of Milton's getting close enough to where you can really see the structure of the eye. It has closed up a little bit. It's been going through some weakening here this morning, but it's going to still make impact. It's an extremely powerful storm with massive storm surge up and down the west coast of Florida. Already starting to see some of these outer rain bands that are going to be fairly strong. They're going to be working their way in here before too long. So their day is about to begin along the west coast of Florida, dealing with Milton as it makes its landfall there on the west coast of Florida, likely in the Tampa Bay area, just south of Tampa Bay is where it's likely to make landfall, Longboat Key. Back here at home, we're doing great. I mean, we've got beautiful weather up here, so we got, great conditions through the rest of the week. 50s in the morning, 80s in the afternoon. That's beautiful fall weather where you have a nice crisp morning, but yet you have a warm, sunny afternoon with low humidity. Absolutely gorgeous here for us. So we're going to be doing great here along our part of the Gulf Coast. Of course, we'll be keeping a very close eye on what's happening down there with Milton all through the day. Jennifer Lambers will have the latest. We'll have a new update coming in at the 10 o'clock hour. You're definitely going to want to check that out, guys.
All right, Matt, thank you very much. They've definitely been on top of that all morning. And in the midst of that, we've got some good weather here to enjoy, too.
Very nice across our section of the Gulf Coast. And hopefully all those folks that have come our way are able to relax and ride out the storm safely here.
Good idea. Well, we thank you very much for watching.
Well, good morning. We're here at the Emergency Operations Center. Hurricane Milton is heading our way. It will arrive either late tonight or early tomorrow morning. We are bracing and are prepared to receive a major hit. We're facing this with the seriousness it deserves, but also with the determination that we will get through this. Folks here at the EOC and our first responders throughout the west coast of Florida have been working nonstop now for weeks to prepare and respond to Hurricane Helene, and then now to prepare and respond to this new major hurricane. The common virtue has been dedication. Dedication to the task at hand, dedication to responding to help our fellow Floridians in danger, and dedication to ensuring that Florida weathers this storm and emerges stronger on the other side. We are prepared and we will respond. I've spoken to the president. We remain in regular contact with FEMA, and we are marshaling all available resources to be able to prepare and respond to Hurricane Milton. I also want to thank the 20 other states who are assisting Florida ahead of the storm. This is just what we as Americans do. We've had opportunities to help other states in the past, including most recently in Western North Carolina, and I think it shows the spirit that these states are stepping up and providing really valued support. We still have a state of emergency for 51 Florida counties. Hurricane Milton is still a major, very strong hurricane. It's currently a Category 4 hurricane with maximum sustained winds of 155 miles per hour. That is just a whisker shy of a Category 5. And while there is the hope that it will weaken more before landfall, there is high confidence that this hurricane is going to pack a major, major punch and do an awful lot of damage. As you can see behind me, the Florida Division of Emergency Management is fully deployed, fully active. This has been a footing now for over 2 weeks, given both of these storms. The state is actively fulfilling over 1,500 missions. We've delivered massive amounts of supplies, meals, water bottles, sandbags, tarps, generators to be able to help our local communities respond to this storm. We've also deployed more than 11,000 feet of flood protection systems and erected them around critical infrastructure like hospitals, wastewater treatment facilities, and electric infrastructure. Generators have been deployed at shelters and to support sheltering operations. Starlink internet has been deployed across the entire state of Florida. We have surged an additional 600 ambulances, and they are currently in operation helping in the effort. The state of Florida has considerable fuel reserves ahead of Milton, and it's staged, and they will be utilized as needed following the storm. We've already dispatched a lot of fuel in the lead up to this, but we still have on hand 1.6 million gallons of diesel and 1.1 million gallons of gasoline. There is no, right now, fuel shortage. However, demand has been extraordinarily high, and some gas stations have run out. To be able to help ameliorate that, the Florida Highway Patrol has facilitated 106 long-distance fuel tanker escorts with sirens getting through traffic, totaling almost 1 million gallons of gasoline from ports in Tampa, Jacksonville, Everglades, and Manatee, and they are continuing with the fuel escorts as we speak. I'm in contact with the ports on the west coast of Florida. We'll see how this storm impacts those. Clearly, there's a chance that you could have a major impact on Port Manatee as well as on Port Tampa Bay. That could interrupt their ability to receive fuel shipments. And so we're working on contingencies to be able to keep fuel flowing throughout the state of Florida. As we saw this new storm develop, it was clear that a lot of the hardest hit areas on the west coast of Florida from Hurricane Helene had not had major, robust debris removal contracts in place or operations in place. Some of these contractors were good. Some of them were not getting the job done. So you had a major hazard on barrier islands in Pinellas, Manatee, and Sarasota County. So this weekend, I authorized mandated 24/7 debris removal. We took all the Florida Department of Transportation and other agency vehicles, brought them from all across the state, and they are engaged in other missions as their normal course of business, and dedicated it to debris removal. So in a little over 48 hours, and they were working all through the night, in the wee hours of the morning in places like Manatee, Sarasota, and Pinellas. They were able to remove 55,000 cubic yards of debris. So that's over 3,000 truckloads of debris. And it's our estimation that on those barrier islands, they were able to make a dent in the debris and reduce it by about 50% just from what Jared Perdue and the other agencies were able to get done. So I want to thank everybody that's been involved in that. It did not stop since this weekend. We're now in a position where it's likely the conditions are going to deteriorate, and so we're going to have to wind that down. But they did make a difference, and there will be less damage from this storm as a result of getting that debris out than there otherwise would have been. The Florida Department of Transportation is staging the following assets ahead of the storm: 156 bridge inspectors, 328 cut and toss personnel, and over 1,500 pieces of heavy equipment. Florida National Guard, Florida State Guard, Florida Fish and Wildlife, and the Florida Highway Patrol have activated additional personnel in advance of this storm. We have hundreds of state search and rescue personnel on hand, 26 total teams. They are currently embedded in the potential impact sites along the West Coast to begin immediate rescue operations as soon as the storm passes. The National Guard is deploying 6,000 Florida National Guardsmen, as well as 3,000 National Guardsmen from other states, and so we thank for the support on that. We have 34 search and rescue that have been brought in from other states. We have 500 tactical vehicles, including 180 high water vehicles, aerial, water, and ground National Guard search and rescue teams. This is the largest Florida National Guard search and rescue mobilization in the entire history of the state of Florida. Our Florida State Guard is also deploying almost 200 soldiers, 10 maritime crews, 3 high water UTVs, 2 UH-60 Blackhawk helicopters, 4 drone teams, 15 cut and toss crews, 2 amphibious rescue crews. We want to thank them. I mean, this was just a dream a couple years ago that they would be involved, and there was a lot of unfair criticism when we stood it up, but they have made a huge difference in this hurricane season. They're going to continue to do it here. We have also worked with the utilities to have the largest staging of utility workers and linemen in advance of the storm any time in American history. We will have in Florida, by the time the storm arises, over 50,000 linemen. And those linemen are being brought in from places as far away as California. So as soon as that storm passes, you're going to see the assessments and the power restoration efforts commence immediately. Additionally, the state of Florida has assisted with the evacuation of 352 healthcare facilities in the potential path of the storm. 16 hospitals have been evacuated. The state veteran nursing homes are currently located that are in the cone. Are all accepting families of their residents to shelter with them. All of those are hurricane proof. All of them are outside of flood zones. So if you do have a family member that's in one of our state nursing homes, you can go and you can shelter with them. That's a safe option, and I know the veterans would appreciate it. The Florida Department of Law Enforcement is directing deployment of additional 500 out-of-state law enforcement officers. These officers will help respond after the storm to maintain law and order. And there is going to be a lot of damage from this storm. There's going to be opportunities for people to try to take advantage of that. My message to you is don't even think about it. We are going to come down hard on you. You are not going to you're going to regret that you tried to do that. So I appreciate all the other folks from out of state who are coming in to supplement this effort. We need to maintain law and order. FDLE's mutual aid team is managing more than 70 active law enforcement missions, including identifying post-storm response squads, and these are really important missions, and we're happy for that. So we're preparing for Milton, but we're also still recovering from Hurricane Helene. When Hurricane Helene hit, we reactivated the Florida Disaster Fund. We are now accepting donations into the Florida Disaster Fund for both storms, both Helene and for Milton. This is a private fund. It's affiliated with the state. in terms of disaster, but it's tax deductible donations. We distributed $63 million after Hurricane Ian to help people largely in Southwest Florida. This is something that is really, really important. So I've directed Volunteer Florida to keep the fund activated for Hurricane Milton. I want to thank, there's already been millions raised for Helene. I want to thank Lennar, Wells Fargo, Walmart, and Publix for making really significant donations. And I know there's going to be a lot more that are going to want to do it. To contribute to the Florida Disaster Fund, you can text disaster to 20222. Disaster to 20222, or you can visit floridadisasterfund.org. So now we're bearing down to where the storm is going to arrive within the next 24 hours. You still have time to evacuate if you are in an evacuation zone, particularly if you're in Manatee, Sarasota, Charlotte, those areas. I mean, this track can bounce around. It's not guaranteed it's going to hit there. A lot of the solutions have it going there. You have time to do that. Now, conditions aren't going to be great today. I would say that the roads and the interstates, they are flowing. We've waived tolls. We've done all that so people can do. But the best option would probably be just to evacuate within your own county to one of the shelters. All those counties have multiple shelters that are open. There's a lot of space in those shelters right now, and certainly it would be safe to do a very short evacuation, tens of miles, rather than get on the interstate and go. The roads are still open. People can do that, but I just want to warn people that the conditions are likely going to continue to deteriorate throughout the course of the day. We had, of course, on Monday, when the initial evacuations were coming down, particularly in the Tampa Bay area, had a lot of traffic on I-4 and on I-75. FDOT did the emergency shoulder plan. That helped, but it was slow, and those roads can be very slow anyways. By the time we got to the end of the night, through the wee hours of the morning, it was going pretty quickly. Yesterday was not as bad on those roads as it was on Monday, but what we did see is Alligator Alley down in southern Florida was about 150% of its normal capacity, and I think that's because as people saw the storm potentially bending a little further south, I think a lot of people in Southwest Florida decided to evacuate across the state, and so that's that. The roads now are good, but I would just caution the conditions are not great now, and they're likely going to get worse as the day goes on. Of course, we do have a lot of mandatory evacuations in place. If you want to get a hotel, you can go to visitflorida.com/Priceline, Expedia.com/Florida. That is the emergency accommodation module that is there. I'm not sure what availability there's going to be in a lot of these places at this point, but if that's something that you're interested in, you can try that. Of course, we've worked with the Florida Restaurant and Lodging Association for distress rates for hotels, as well as waiving pet fees, and I know a lot of the hotels in the state of Florida have responded very positively for that, so I just want to thank them for doing that. We've also partnered with Uber for Hurricane Milton to provide free rides to and from shelters and counties with active evacuation orders. So if you want to utilize that, you go to when you do the ride, you do the promo code Milton Relief, just one word, Milton Relief. OnStar has activated Crisis Mode, which provides free crisis assistance services and in-vehicle data for Chevy, Buick, GMC, and Cadillac owners. Schools, most of the school districts in the state are closed today. Obviously, if you get out of the path in like the Panhandle, not as much, but in that Florida Peninsula, virtually all school districts are closed. All Florida counties and Miccosukee and Seminole tribes are assisting the state with storm response, and I want to thank all those for their great work. We have 149 general population shelters that are open throughout the state. The current total shelter population is just 31,000 individuals. We have room in those shelters for a total population of almost 200,000 individuals. So there is space available in these shelters. I know a lot of people would rather stay in a hotel, stay with friends, and that's fine. But especially now as the storm's getting closer, you may be able to get in your car and drive 10 miles, get to a shelter, ride the storm out, and then be able to go as you see fit, and hopefully you'll be able to get back to your place very quickly. But space is available. So there are 36 county-owned special needs shelters that are open and operating in counties that are in the path of the storm. Schools and other facilities are now also being used as supplementary state-supported shelters across the state. The state of Florida has now opened 6 state-operated supplemental shelters. These may not ultimately be needed, but you have a lot of people in the evacuation zones. I think most people decided to just leave and find something on their own. We still have a lot of room in the traditional shelters, but out of an abundance of caution, we wanted to open additional options. So the 6 state-operated supplemental shelters currently are Hard Rock Event Center, 5223 Orient Road in Tampa, City Furniture, 3205 South Frontage Road in Plant City, Baycare, 1802 North Del Mabry Highway in Tampa, Life Science Logistics, 310 North Galloway Road, Lakeland, Babcock Ranch, 43281 Cypress Parkway in Punta Gorda, the Wiregrass Ranch Sports Camp, 3021 Sports Coast Way in Wesley Chapel, Florida. That site also has capabilities to service special needs individuals. And Kevin is also working on setting up a 7th site. Now, those state-supported shelters, they do have generators, so you will have access to power. I think you have Starlink at those. They've got Starlink internet. So, look, it's not the 4 seasons, but there are some things there that will make it tolerable to be able to get through the next 24 to 36 hours. You can find the shelter options at floridadisaster.org/shelters. You can also find your county's EM page at floridadisaster.org/counties, floridadisaster.org/counties. So people have time now to evacuate if they are in the area of an evacuation zone. We see the storm is a very strong Category 4. I've said from the beginning, the prognostications are it's likely going to weaken before it gets, but it may not. And even if it does weaken, it's still going to be a major, major impact. So you still have time now to make decisions to protect yourself and your family. Massive amounts of space at these shelters. The roads are flowing. The conditions are going to get bad, so you just got to be very careful with that. But certainly these shelters are a very live option. I want to just finally thank everybody. When you have these emergencies with a major hurricane, it's a huge deal. We spin up all state agencies, everyone here at the EOC, working basically round the clock. You have all the counties and cities that were in the path of Hurricane Helene, and it wasn't just the Big Bend where you took the blow. It was massive surge up and down the west coast of the Florida Peninsula. A lot of damage was done. There were thousands of rescue missions that were effectuated immediately after the storm. Huge things done, like fixing the road and SR 786, helping with the bridges. There was so much that was done in the immediate aftermath and is still being done in that. Then you have another storm that developed, and immediately you're back on that posture, round the clock, no time to rest, no time to sleep for a lot of these folks, and it's not easy. And so I just want to say, on behalf of the state of Florida, thank you for discharging your duties. Thank you for accepting this mission. It's not going to be easy, but there's no better group of people that I would want responding to this than the folks that we have doing it throughout this state. Whether you're talking about the counties down on the Gulf Coast of Florida, whether you're talking about the people that we have here assembled in Tallahassee, these folks have proven themselves. They're working hard, and we will get the job done. Okay, Kevin Guthrie.
Thank you, Governor. I want to reiterate that we will get the job done. Absolutely. The men and women behind me are the best in the country, and they lead the industry in what it is that we do. The men that are standing behind me and the men and women that are state agency heads, everybody has checked their ego at the door, and all it is about teamwork right now. We're going to get that done. We're less than 24 hours from landfall, and the governor has been working tirelessly alongside all of us to ensure that we have all the resources needed ahead of landfall. Today, we continue to move thousands of resources to staging areas across the state. We want to ensure we have the right resources to move into the right places at the right time. Life-threatening storm surge is expected along Florida's west coast. Counties from Levy to Collier have ordered mandatory evacuations, and I urge you to heed those warnings if you're in one of those zones. You might not want to evacuate, but there are free shelters in your area. If you live in a mobile or manufactured home and you're in this impact area, please go to a local shelter. If you rely on power for medical devices or other things, please go to a local shelter. You live in a home that can't withstand the hurricane force winds, again, please go to a local shelter. We have enormous capacity. We're about 31,000 sheltered last night. We had the ability to do well over 200,000 in the impact area. If you're making a decision, you say, oh, it's too late, there's not enough room for me, there is room. Please come. Your home and belongings can be replaced, but you cannot. You can find a list of all shelters, including our state-run shelters that the governor just mentioned, by visiting floridadisaster.org/shelters. We also have options to assist residents with evacuating. We still are running our shuttle service. You could also go to floridadisaster.org for updates on that 1-800 number. That number is 1-800-729-3413. Again, that's 1-800-729-3413. We've also partnered with Uber, and you can call them and put in the discount code of Milton Relief. That's Milton Relief, and that'll be a free ride to the shelter. If you don't live in an evacuation zone and decide to shelter in place, make sure you have enough supplies to weather the storm and after the storm conditions cease. We recommend you have 7 days of supplies on hand. Power outages are expected with this storm. Charge your electronic devices now before the power starts to go out. If anybody's looked at a radar in the last 8 hours, you see a lot of rain heading into the impact area. You see tornado warnings. I think as of our 7:15 briefing with my executive staff, we had 7 tornado warnings, and as we were walking in here, I saw 2 more. So there's been roughly 10 tornado warnings. Power will start going out, so you need to make sure your electronic devices are charged now. If you can get outside and it's safe to do so, make sure you're bringing out all that furniture, potted plants, decorations. If you can pick it up, put it up. The strong winds can obviously pick that stuff up and deposit it somewhere else. During the storm, we want to start messaging this. We do it every single time, but again, if you've decided to shelter in place and during the storm you hear the trees snapping, maybe the power popping, that can mean that there is flying debris and you should seek shelter immediately inside your home. Treat it as if it's a tornado. Get into the innermost portion of your home. If you have some type of lightweight mattress, pull it over the top of you. Protect yourself from falling debris. Treat it just as if it's a tornado. If you find yourself, all of a sudden, it is absolute calm. You've gone from snapping trees and power lines and the sound of destruction to absolute nothing, like it's a clear day in the middle of the summer. You're in the eye wall of the hurricane, and you need to stay in place. Do not go outside. Do not look around. This eye wall has been moving anywhere from about 4 nautical miles to upwards of 12 to 16 nautical miles. If it reforms the eye wall and starts to collapse again, you may have only minutes in a situation that could be life-threatening. So please make sure you do not go outside if that happens. For more updates in your area, remember to follow your local county emergency management agency's instructions. The agency also has activated the State Assistance Information Line to provide information to Floridians to receive up-to-date information from us. Residents and visitors can call this toll-free hotline at 1-800-342-3557, 1-800-342-3557. Before I close, in anticipation of some of your questions, you may ask, what are the things that we're going to be doing over the next 12 to 24 hours while landfall is happening? The things that we're going to be doing, the Florida State Emergency Response Team with all of its agencies have been working contingency plans. Over a week ago, I set out for our planners to work 3 different contingencies. And that was something that hit the Helene area, something that hit the Tampa Bay area, something that would hit the Fort Myers area, and then even drill down further into that. So in the next 12 to 24 hours, our staff will be moving from a strategic contingency-based plan to tactical operations-based movements. They will pull off the shelf what that strategy was at the time and move directly into tactical operations. we will start working on our damage prediction models. We do have damage prediction models that come from the United States Army Corps of Engineers and other federal agencies. That system is called HAZUS. Our planners, our intelligence cell will start looking at those things to see where the most debris, where the most damage is going to be based on the last calculated movement at landfall. So we will then start marshaling resources from the north and the south with all of the agencies behind me and all the agencies that are out there on the floor right now, to include local county assets and statewide, or I'm sorry, out-of-state mutual aid assets, to move from north or south into those impacted areas, surging more resources where we anticipate having the most damage based on those models. You can always follow us at X and Instagram at FLSERT and on Facebook at FDEM. You can get latest updates also at floridadisaster.org/updates. Governor, again, it makes it very easy for us to do our job and be successful at our job when you have a man standing behind me that's willing to pull the trigger at 96 hours out. All of us can be very successful. And I think this is one thing I just want to point out, because the governor's not going to toot his own horn on this, but I will. General Haas not only is a good friend, but he's one of the best in the business at doing what he's doing. But he can only move as fast as he can call up his soldiers. That takes 72 hours to do that. When the governor gives us 96, the last 3 storms we have marshaled the full depth and breadth of the Florida National Guard before landfall. And that never happened before this governor took office. Governor, thank you.
Yep, thank you, Governor, for your leadership, and good morning. I want to reemphasize at FDOT, we are committed, we are determined, and we are resolute, and we are ready to respond to this storm. We took the governor's direction very seriously with the debris mission. Remove as much debris as humanly possible in the barrier islands before Hurricane Milton makes landfall. We mobilized every available state asset along with some of our contractors and have been working around the clock. I want to say thank you to our dedicated FDOT team members down in the Tampa and Southwest Florida regions. They have been working around the clock. Also want to say thank you to the men and women of the Florida National Guard, the Florida State Guard, the Florida Highway Patrol, Southwest Florida Water Management District, and the Florida Department of Agriculture. They all joined forces together to move debris, and we worked into the wee hours of the night last night. We had huge platoons of dump trucks being escorted by Florida Highway Patrol in very severe weather to get debris off of those barrier islands. What we were able to accomplish is truly remarkable, and you heard the governor. We moved nearly 55,000 cubic yards of debris and made a huge dent on those barrier islands, which is going to have a tremendous impact on safety as Hurricane Milton makes landfall. So I want to say thank you to the governor for bringing the vision and the direction to do something of such a great feat. With evacuations, we did notice very heavy traffic on I-75 and I-4 going north to Orlando and up to I-10 over the last few days. We did use emergency shoulder use. It did help to resolve that traffic. And we have continued to have both the Florida Highway Patrol and our Road Ranger Service Patrol circulating those corridors to offer motorist aid. We did see very heavy congestion on Alligator Alley yesterday. We also implemented emergency shoulder use there. Traffic began to resolve around 11 p.m. last night, and we were glad that people chose to leave, seeing where they lived, and were evacuating to get to safety. We will be deactivating emergency shoulder use at noon today. We have to begin to demobilize the signs and the people because conditions will begin deteriorating very quickly. We are monitoring all of our coastal bridges and causeways and low-lying roads in southwest Florida and in the Tampa region. Conditions are going to deteriorate quickly. We expect bridges and causeways to begin closing early to mid-afternoon today. This is very important. You heard the governor. The window of time is closing to get to safety in a shelter. When winds get high and water gets high and begins to make those bridges and roads unsafe, we do work with the Florida Highway Patrol. We have to close those. Bridges like the Skyway or the Courtney Campbell Causeway, etc. in Tampa region, we do expect those to start closing early to mid-afternoon. That's something you need to keep in mind if you still have to evacuate. As you heard from the governor, we've pre-staged our assets, our bridge inspectors, our team members, our heavy equipment. We do plan to have all of our resources and heavy equipment and contractors staged north and south of the cone. We will be pushing in with full force behind Hurricane Milton as it makes landfall to clear roads, inspect bridges, assess damage, and begin repairs as quickly as we possibly can. Every minute that a road or a bridge is down after a storm comes through can hinder the life safety mission. We take it very seriously. Any damage that we see and find, we will work as quickly and as efficiently as we can to begin those repairs immediately. The seaports on the West Coast, we've been in very close coordination with them. Port Tampa Bay, Port Manatee, both are important for fuel. If the storm surge is consistent with what's predicted, there could be significant issues with both of those two seaports. So we've been coordinating very closely with Division of Emergency Management and looking at making sure we still have fuel moving throughout the state. I want to remind everybody, FL511.com is the place to get traffic information. We have 10 traffic management centers across the entire state. They work 24/7. They will be working throughout the storm. We will be updating FL511.com live throughout this event. The storm surge expected from this hurricane can cause damage to road and bridge infrastructure. This is why our crews are some of the first boots on the ground to assess and inspect. One thing important to remember, there can be damaged facilities. There is going to be high water. Please do not get out and drive around until we have had the opportunity to inspect bridges and roads. Even after the storm passes through, there will be roads underwater. Please do not drive through water. It's inevitable. Every storm season, people choose to drive through water. You have no idea what's going on underneath that water. It can be very dangerous. Please give us time to do our job. Make sure roads are safe before you start driving around. Again, FL511.com, and thank you, Governor, for your leadership.
Mark? Yes, sir.
Good morning. Under Governor DeSantis' leadership, Florida is a law and order state, and FDLE will work with our partners at all times to ensure that it stays that way. As the commissioner, I've been in contact with the Florida sheriffs in the impacted areas, everything from Jefferson County all the way down to Key West, to ensure that their needs are met and supported. We've also worked hand in hand with the Florida Police Chiefs Association and the Florida Sheriff's Association to ensure if they have any pre-storm needs or even post-storm recovery efforts that we're there for them. I can safely say that the Florida Police Chief Association already has the South Florida Police officers coming together for about 80 members that are going to be poised ready to come in to the impact area to support as needed. The Florida Sheriff's Association has strike teams available and ready to move in as needed to support. Now, FDLE is directing the deployment of additional 500 officers that are coming in from out of state. We already have 150 that has been notified and alerted and en route to the area. So tomorrow, after the storm passes, you may see law enforcement entities from other agencies from out of state that will be coming in to support, whether they be as special deputies under the sheriff or state officers that will support local law enforcement or state efforts. If you see them, they are going to be law enforcement authority and have powers as such. So I just want to make sure our people understand that. Florida will not stand for looting, will not stand for it. We will come after you, and we're not going to stop if anyone takes advantage of any of our citizens or visitors in this time of need. So pay attention to that. If you have anybody or anything that you may see that's going wrong, contact your local law enforcement. We're there to support them, and we will be there on top to take care of that. Now, FDLE special agents and law enforcement analysts have been steadfast all the way through Hurricane Helena, and also will continue on past Hurricane Milton to give you that great support. Our mutual aid team at FDLE has already been managing numerous law enforcement missions, and such as identifying post-storm response squads, establishing base camps for first responders, and conducting security missions. Now, in addition, FDLE has nearly 200 analysts that are on standby for reunification efforts for Florida. Law enforcement officers and offices for sheriffs and police departments to help you if you're missing your loved ones. We're here to help and try to find them. FDLE Sworn Training Unit CUT team is standing ready to go out and support any first responder that may have damage to their house, so that way these teams come in and get them back ready, and so that way they can go out and support their community so they're not worried about stuff that's happening at their house. Now, FDLE law enforcement strike teams are coming from Pensacola and Miami into the area. These strike teams will be able to do everything from violent crime investigations to patrol operation and security details. FDLE special agents are activated, all of them are activated to deploy in the impact area as needed. Now, in any type of event, comms is one of the biggest issues. And FDLE Communications Strike Team is already at the ready, working with ESF2 here at the Florida State EOC to ensure that agencies that lose their 911 communication, internet or radio communications, we're there to help them and get them back up and operational as fast as possible. In addition, our FDLE aviation assets are also pre-positioned to conduct overwatch missions for patrol officers and sheriff's offices and departments as needed on request. And I'll echo what Kevin said. Because of Governor DeSantis, we are ready. And thank you again, sir, for your support. And Florida could not be in better hands.
Thank you, Governor. Good morning, fellow Floridians. It is an honor to, on behalf of the Florida Highway Patrol, to serve Governor DeSantis and his administration and also serve the great people of the state of Florida. Just a brief update on our operations at the Florida Highway Patrol. We have pre-staged high water rescue vehicles in preparation for landfall. FHP is conducting proactive patrols of evacuated communities to suppress criminal activity. As the governor spoke about, we have been laser focused on ensuring that our roadways are open so that we can conduct escorts of fuel trucks to gas stations that are in need of fuel, as we are still doing those missions in this moment. But as the ports on the land side closed down for the hurricane, we are still engaged in transports of ambulances, ambulance companies, first responders, and other elements that need to be where they need to be at a certain time before landfall is made by the hurricane. If you are an ambulance company or if you are a healthcare facility that needs the services of the Florida Highway Patrol for the purposes of getting through congested areas, we would encourage you to dial star FHP, and we will make our best efforts to make sure that you get where you need to go in due time. We are currently also supporting the Department of Juvenile Justice by evacuating juveniles in secure residence facilities, and we are helping to relocate military families from the affected areas. We continue to provide law enforcement services in conjunction with our partners at FDLE to areas in the state that were affected by Hurricane Helene, specifically Keaton Beach, Steinhatchee, and Deacle Beach. As of today, all FHP troops and all 2,000 state troopers are activated on an Alpha Bravo shift, and that includes an additional 300 auxiliary state troopers. We are all in, full force, 24/7 from here on out. Now, I want to talk briefly about after the storm passes and makes landfall, and then we come in behind, you're going to see a lot of first responder personnel. You're going to see law enforcement. You're going to see the National Guard. You're going to see the State Guard, out-of-state law enforcement officers. At the direction of Governor DeSantis, we have 500 out-of-state law enforcement officers that are going to complement and supplement our response, and we appreciate FDLE's leadership on that. You're going to see DOT personnel. As far as law enforcement goes, obviously we're going to be focused on search and rescue initially. We're going to be focused on getting roadways back open so that we can amplify our search and rescue efforts. But if you are in need and there's no electricity, for example, or your phone doesn't work, feel free to interact one-on-one with law enforcement officers. We are here to help you in that moment of need. The governor talked a little bit yesterday about in the state of Florida, law and order state, Second Amendment state, you don't know what's behind that door, and I'm speaking directly to the criminal element that intend to take advantage of Floridians. The governor's right, you don't know who is behind that door, and they're probably armed. But if you find yourself in a situation where there is nobody in that home and you intend to burglarize it and take advantage of Floridians, there's going to be consequences. And I'll start with first of all, you're going to have the Florida Highway Patrol, 2,000 state troopers. You're going to have FDLE. You're going to have out-of-county sheriffs, and now we're going to have out-of-state troopers. There's going to be a swarm of law enforcement officers, and I can tell you, on behalf of the Florida Highway Patrol, if we catch you and you try to escape, we're going to chase you. We're going to use intentional contact to stop the pursuit. We're not going to allow you to injure or kill Floridians because of your criminal activity. We're going to hold you accountable and get you in custody. FWC will be deployed. They will catch you in the water. We'll catch you on land. You have the National Guard and the State Guard. They'll catch you in the air. There's no escape from the resources of the state of Florida. The governor has announced in prior months, and we have celebrated a 50-year crime low in the state of Florida. I can promise you, after this storm, there's going to be a new record set, because the state of Florida is not going to give you an opportunity to take advantage of Floridians. And then my final comment would be that we at the Florida Highway Patrol, and I know I speak for all the professionals that are standing behind me and the governor as well, is that we are cognizant of the weight of this moment for the state of Florida. We are cognizant of the weight of your safety and your concern as Floridians, and we are cognizant of our duty as representatives of the government and as law enforcement officers and first responders, and we intend to meet this moment and we intend to honor our duty. And so it is an honor to be a part of this team, to serve the state that I love, to serve the best governor in the state of Florida, and ultimately the people of Florida. Thank you, Governor.
So we're bracing. We know we're going to get hit later tonight or early tomorrow morning. It is going to bring a lot of ferocity. It's going to bring a lot of hazards, a lot of damage. You still have time to make the decision to ensure your safety. You do not have to get on the interstate and drive to Georgia. You don't have to drive to Pensacola. You can go to a local shelter, which would be likely tens of miles away. We also have now these state shelters. There's massive, massive amounts of room in all of those shelters. You ride it out for a night. The storm's likely going to be gone on the east coast of Florida by tomorrow afternoon. You're going to obviously have first responders and everyone on the scene immediately and doing what they can. But you're going to be able to get back. You're going to be able to resume your life. But just make sure that you're putting yourself in a situation where you can safely weather this storm. So you still have time. Time is running out. But if you make that decision now, I think you'll be glad you did. Yep.
A lot of people are choosing to stay in Sarasota, Charlotte County. What's your message to those people that are choosing to stay in their homes?
Well, if you're not in an evacuation zone, I would imagine, because there's a lot of population in some of those areas, like Kevin said, if you're going to hunker down like that, you're basically going to be, if you're not in a flood, you're basically going to be concerned about the wind. And this is a strong storm. So if you start to hear popping, if you start to hear trees snapping, you got to treat that like a tornado, and you got to hunker down because you're going to have debris, you're going to have trees, you're going to have things that could potentially fly around and cause a threat to your life. Now, if you are in an evacuation zone and you're in places like Sarasota or Charlotte, just know that if you get 10 feet of storm surge, you can't just hunker down with that. That is ultimately the surge. Mother Nature is going to win that fight. So I think it's hazardous to be staying, particularly on those barrier islands in Sarasota County, particularly on the barrier islands and other parts of coastal Charlotte County. And so if you're in an evacuation zone, you can just get up, go to one of the many shelters that are available. Maybe you have friends and family close by. Maybe you want to get on the interstate. I would say that's going to be a little dicey, but some people will want to do that. So you still have time to do it. But and we don't know, look, this track of this storm, where it hits, and is it landfall going to be at Sarasota? Is it going to be further north, further south? Just understand, if you're on the southern part of this storm, you are going to get storm surge. So maybe it doesn't hit Charlotte County, maybe it hits Sarasota. Man, you're going to get a lot of storm surge further down south. That's just the reality. I mean, it's churning massive amounts of water, and that water is going to come out. There may be parts where it sucks it out, depending on how the storm goes in northern side of the storm. That's possible. But, man, if you're anywhere in the eye or south, for sure you are going to get major storm surge.
Any estimate on how many people have actually heeded the evacuation call?
I mean, we've had way higher volumes on our interstate system than we normally do.
I mean, it was on a Monday. I think I-75 was, what, 150% of what it really was, what it normally is. And that's not the best road anyways. I mean, you start getting close to Ocala, some of these places. I mean, you could just have standstill traffic there. I-4, same thing. Much more than we normally have. But I think anyone that's driven in Central Florida knows you get on I-4 near like Champions Gate in some of these places. That's part of the reason why we're doing Moving Florida Forward, doing all that. And like it needs to get done, and we're accelerating that. But there's bad traffic anyways, but there was a lot of people on the road. And then I think yesterday to see Alligator Alley at 150% of its normal, that's telling you that there are a lot of people that have done that. And we've stressing the availability of local shelters. Anytime you evacuate, there's going to be a certain amount of hazard for that because there's a lot of people on the road, especially if conditions start to get bad. The safest thing is drive that 10 miles, 15 miles, wherever, go to the shelter. But you don't have to do that. A lot of people haven't done that. I'm a little surprised at the number of the shelters. I thought it'd be a little bit higher. But I also think, if the storm wasn't going to hit till Wednesday night or Thursday morning, a lot of people wouldn't want to stay in a shelter Monday or Tuesday night. So I do think you're going to see the shelters. I think that number is going to go up today throughout all those counties that are in the eye of the storm. And, of course, we have the state shelters. That's up on the DEM website where you can see all those. Those are going to be, it's like big. Those are all thousands of people can fit in each one of those. And we thank, we've had businesses that have leased it out. I know we did Hard Rock. We've done a bunch of stuff. You're going to have internet, you're going to have a generator, there's going to be power. Again, it's not going to be the Four Seasons, but it is going to be something that's going to be tolerable for a night. And so if you're in a situation where you're just hoping that you don't get hit with massive storm surge, those are going to be really, really good options for you to do.
So obviously the storm is very dangerous, and you've been pushing for evacuations and whatnot. There's also misinformation out there that I think even a member of your team has tried to dispel online. I know the FEMA administrator brought up other reports of misinformation. I just want to know your thoughts on it.
What specific misinformation are you talking?
There was one. There was one tweet that was telling people not to evacuate because there was some collusion between FEMA and a security team that wouldn't let people back into their homes. That was obviously.
Guys, listen. I think most people are wise to this. We live in an era where if you put out crap online, you can get a lot of people to share it, and you can monetize that. That's just the way it is. But if you're hearing something that's just outrageous, just know, in the state of Florida, none of that stuff would ever fly. So you don't have to worry about that. FEMA is not leading this show. We are leading this show here in the state of Florida. We're marshaling whatever assets are available to us. We're leveraging that. But certainly with people evacuating, in my executive order, I put in on Saturday that the default is you have a right to immediately return to your home following the storm. Now, there may be some circumstances that are not usual, but if a bridge is about to collapse, if there's real massive hazards, if there's active rescues going on, but the default is you get back. You can't just say, we're just going to keep people off for 48 hours because we think it'll be easier to clean up debris. No. This is your private property. This is your home. You have a right to go back. So that's in our executive order. That'll be something that we work towards to make sure that that's the case. It's important that people are able to get back. And I'd also note, we talk about the debris. You had all this debris, right? These contractors, some of them were doing a lousy job, others weren't. And we decided to take it on ourselves to go really surge people and supplement that. But by keeping the landfills open 24/7, there was a lot of private citizens that were going cleaning up debris, bringing them back. And these guys got like Ford F-250s. They're bringing them back to the landfill drop-in. That was a huge help. So there's not going to be anything where FEMA is ever going to be able to keep you from your home. Be careful about the nonsense that gets circulated, and just know that the more titillating it is, the more likely somebody is making money off of it. And they don't really give a damn about the well-being and safety of the people that are actually in the eye of this storm. It's all just trying to monetize what they're doing. And I know there's been a lot of stuff about what FEMA's done in other states. Look, I haven't been there. I don't know. But I can tell you in Florida, we are leading this train. We're marshaling all available resources, federal, state, and we're supporting local. And that's the way it's going to be. So you can have confidence in that. Yes, sir.
Right now, roads are passable and encouraging evacuation. Have you guys, based on the size of the storm and the speed it's moving Have you picked a time of when people should not hit the roads and when they should shelter in place?
We haven't, because I think it just depends on where you are, what the conditions are. I would say that the conditions are going to get worse throughout the rest of today. So these local shelters are a great option to be able to go and drive a few miles, get into a shelter, and then just ride out the storm is not going to be a problem. I mean, if you leave right now, go to your local shelter, you're fine, right? If you leave right now and you get on the interstate and you want to drive to Pensacola, look, just know that you're going to start to see some hazards. We do have fatalities on the roads with almost every storm. So the risk that you're assuming is a lot higher than if you just go to a local shelter. So I wouldn't want to say there's like a hard and fast time where you just can't. I think now you can go to the local shelter, but I would say even starting now, when you start talking about the interstate, you are going to see conditions deteriorate throughout today. And there is a lot of rain. There's problems in different parts right now. People get it. There's bands and whatnot. And it's not going to be right now hurricane force right now, but still, this is something that could be problematic. And so, I mean, I just think like if you're elderly or something like that, what would be the better option? Like, I would advise probably just going to the shelter right now rather than trying to get on the interstate, and go visit your kids or something. So, but people can make that decision based on what is in front of them at the time. There will come a time probably where, once we start getting the tropical storm force winds, where it is definitely going to be too dangerous. I don't think we're there now, but I think that's rapidly approaching.
Shelters are, basically for people who are displaced after this storm, will they be able to go to these shelters? If they go to their house and it's destroyed, will they?
I think let Kevin talk. I think these shelters are to ride out the storm. We've worked with counties with Helene on sheltering availability for post-storm. I don't know that these are necessarily the same things on that, but we have had that mission. Do you want to address?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. What I'll say to that is, again, to the governor's point, these private sector locations are what we would refer to as the shelters of last resort. Again, they're not the Four Seasons. They're cots in a warehouse in some cases. Our biggest facility is a warehouse that's right next to our new facility in Auburndale. But what we will do, because this is a point of emphasis for the governor, he's given me this direction, hear it loud and clear. When this storm is over, we need to get kids back in school. We need to get community and life back up and running, and we're going to be committed to doing that. My goal that I charge the team out there on the floor with is, let's get kids back in school in 3 to 5 school days after landfall. We're going to do that. To be successful at that, we're going to have people that are going to be in long-term sheltering. So we were going to have to open up other big box stores. Now, what we will do there is, where we're in warehouses right now along the interstate corridors, we will start looking for maybe those mall big box stores, something that may have even been right on the edge of an evacuation zone or a flood zone. For example, there's a really good place, Gulf Square Mall in Pasco County, Hudson. That is in an evacuation zone. That is in a flood zone. We would never go there to put people in harm's way. But after the fact, that might be a very good place to go and open a recovery shelter while we get kids back in school. Thank you.
Yesterday it was said that the state will ask FEMA for a waiver allowing more contractors out of state to come to Florida. Has FEMA responded to that?
Don't believe so, have they?
No, sir. We're still working with that, putting that on a letter. We got 3 options. We're just trying to get the best option that's going to have a path of least resistance.
Great.
The schools part of that, to kind of what Director Guthrie was talking about. I believe after Ian, there was a situation where some of the schools were just too damaged to actually have kids back in there. Is that something you just have to wait and see where the storm hits? And
that'll be that. We'll assess that at the time. I know, like on Sanibel, for example, those kids went to different school at that point across the bridge. It's a lot easier when we fixed the Sanibel Causeway, so they were able to do that. That may happen here. We'll see, but that'll likely be driven by the school districts make a decision, and then we'll be able to offer probably some support for that through our Department of Education. But these are things that are live possibilities. A storm of this magnitude, you are going to have some of these the schools that could be damaged. Now, I would say most of the schools that are not like on barrier islands, these are good structures mostly, and that's why we use them for shelters. So I would imagine you'll see some damage inland, but probably not to the extent that we saw on the barrier islands after Ian. On these barrier islands at the schools, they're kind of in the similar spot. It's a big storm, and you could have some damage, and it may not be as simple as just being able to get people back in after 3 days. Okay.
Basically, the people who are staying behind, and the police are going door to door in some places. Are you guys being told who these people are and their locations, and are you?
That's a local thing. I know the sheriffs and the first responders on the county basis, they're doing that. What I've always said is, you are being warned on this. You've seen, I mean, just think about Helene on these Gulf Coast in central Florida. It was 100 miles away, and you still had feet of storm surge where there were fatalities as a result of that. This is one that's going to be potentially delivering even more surge than what we saw in Pinellas and Manatee. I mean, almost definitely will deliver more surge in some of these areas. And so that is hazardous. That is life-threatening. And you'd be wise to go to a shelter, ride it out, but rather than try to mess with that. And if there are a lot of people that do stay behind, I mean, unfortunately, there will be fatalities. Like, I don't think there's any way around it when you have storm surge that could be 10 feet. So you have time to do that. There's going to be people who stay behind who are going to be in distress. We are going to, working with the locals, we're going to conduct rescue operations. We will do that. And a lot of those were successful last time in the Helene. But, why would you want to risk it at this point? So this is a big storm. It's going to do a lot of damage. It's going to create a lot of threats to life. It's obviously going to destroy property. We're bracing for that, but we're doing everything we can to try to mitigate the damage beforehand, and we'll do everything we can to help with rescues and getting people back on their feet afterwards. Okay, thanks.
Back on their timing. They said the time is ending now if you're going to be preparing or evacuating for Milton, now that we're already beginning to see some of those rain bands and seeing some of those impacts. Now, here is the little bit of good news. Milton is continuing to weaken at this time. The sustained winds went down by 10 miles per hour at this last advisory check at 10 a.m. It just came out from the National Hurricane Center. That pressure is also increasing, and it even picked up a little bit of speed there. But again, the sustained winds currently 145 miles per hour. It's still a Category 4, and so although it's not a major improvement, it's still just a little bit of an improvement. But the main concern with Milton is really going to be that storm surge that we're going to be seeing right along the west coast there. And so regardless of what that number does say, is that those impacts will be felt by millions of people all across the central to southern Florida peninsula heading into today and heading into tomorrow. Now, we're going to continue to track Milton here, continuing to update you. Taking a look at the track again, still expecting Milton to be a strong Category 3 hurricane once it gets closer towards landfall. So the National Hurricane Center does have a little bit more of that weakening just before that landfall approach, but still a major storm. This system will continue to track across central Florida, holding on to that Category 1 hurricane strength. That cone getting a little bit smaller, Tampa even slowly being taken out of it, but they will still be feeling some of those impacts, some of those rain bands as they're moving around. And then also Fort Myers really going to be feeling some of that as they're going to be located just on the right side of that system. Expecting it to push out into the Atlantic heading into next week. Now, as mentioning just in the last hour, is that dry air that's helping to weaken Milton just a little bit. And so that's why we're starting to see some of those sustained winds go down and expected to be that Cat 3 at landfall. But as mentioned, regardless of what that number says, once it makes that landfall approach, it'll still be a strong, significant and damaging system. Now, coming up in just a little bit, I'm going to be talking more about Hurricane Milton, tracking all of the impacts that we're expecting closer towards the west side there of the Florida Peninsula, and also talking more about our forecast here locally. We have sunshine, we have pleasant conditions for the next few days. I'm going to be talking all about those forecast details coming up soon. Chelsea, Joe.
All right, Jen, thank you.
have transportation. We have what you need to get out of harm's way. You just need to take that step. We are prepared here. Our solid waste is still picking up that road debris. We're not going to be able to get, household debris. We're not going to be able to get to all of it, but they have picked up probably 70 to 80% of it. And just to put it in perspective, they have done in 2 weeks what normally takes 3 months or more to get done. So they are out there in this weather doing what they can all the way up to the last minute. And I believe it was 26,000 cubic yards of debris. So doing their best on that. As I said, they're going to stop with the collections today. Sandbag sites locations are closed. The city garages, again, we're leaving those open. You don't have much time. If you don't do it in the next hour or so, you can put your electric vehicles up high. Make sure you are elevating all those electric batteries, electric items as well, because you know those batteries, once they start on fire, they cannot be extinguished. And we lost a lot of houses in the last storm based on that. So thank you all. I have never seen an evacuation of this magnitude, and our community has responded and responded very, very responsibly. So thank you for that. We are prepared for the storm. Worst case scenario is it is a bit north of the Tampa Bay area. Best case scenario is it is a bit south, but that is still not a good scenario. This is going to be a storm of historic proportions with wind, water, and rain. But we will get through this together, and we will come back stronger. Now I'd like to have comments from the Chair of City Council, Guido Maniscalco.
Thank you very much, Mayor. So, as the Mayor said, time is of the essence. The window for evacuation is closing as the wind speed pick up. You'll see the bridges shutting down, which will be announced this afternoon at some time. As the storm continues to approach us, it is picking up speed. It's expected to make landfall sooner than we originally thought. So, if you are in an evacuation zone, this is a matter of life and death. Think about yourself. Think about your family. Keep yourself safe. We will get through this together. What is good to know is that we have a great team here at the City of Tampa. TPD is on standby. Tampa Fire Rescue is on standby, and so many other partners ready to assist in the recovery once this storm passes through. But in the meantime, we have to hunker down. We have to take all the precautions possible, not take anything for granted, because this is very serious. This is historically significant, and it could change Tampa as we know it. So we have to take all safety precautions and not take anything for granted. Having said that, I'd like to bring up Tampa Fire Chief Barbara Tripp.
Thank you. As the mayor and councilman has stated, the message we're trying to get out to everyone is about the evacuees. We want to thank the community for actually taking heed. We want to thank law enforcement, for taking their time going door to door to make sure we continue to protect our community. And most of all, we want everyone to be safe. So once again, if you're in those evacuation zones, we want you to make sure you get to a safe place. We have shelters throughout the city of Tampa and Hillsborough County. We will do everything we can to assist you to get to those shelters so you can be secure until the storm comes through. As the mayor stated, we're going to have wind, rain. We're going to have storm surge. Hurricane Helene presented some challenges, and a lot of people was affected by it, and we don't want that to take place with Hurricane Milton. Just to let you know, Tampa Fire Rescue is prepared. We do not abandon any fire stations, but whenever we're in the evacuation zone, we must leave as well. We continue to stay in those stations up until I decide to move those individuals way before the storm come here, because we know people are still leaving those areas in the case of any emergencies. So once again, we just want you to know that we're here for you. But when the time comes, we will remove those resources and put them in a safe place. Once again, we don't want to be put in any kind of danger. We want to be there to support our community, and we want you all to continue to help us help you. With that said, we have many resources that's been given to the City of Tampa, state and local resources, from additional transport units to additional strike team to additional water rescue teams. So we want to thank the community for all of their support as well. If you need any assistance, please reach out. Text Tampa Ready to 888-777. Tampa Ready to 888-777, or for Spanish, Tampa Lista, 888-777, 888-777. That's Tampa Lista. With that being said, we want everyone to be safe and definitely take all your family, make sure you keep in touch with your family and support one another. I want to thank the community. Now introduce Chief Burkle.
Thank you, Chief. The last 2.5 days, all of my officers have been assisting in evacuation efforts throughout the city. In fact, if you think about it in level or zone A and zone B, everyone that needs to be evacuated is monumentous tax. All of our officers are out there and assisting. In fact, this morning, even the most vulnerable, we are out there trying to evacuate. We want to save lives and we want to help. In fact, this morning I was in South Tampa, south of Gandy, an elderly female who wanted to ride out the storm we spoke to yesterday. We were able to convince her this morning that she needed to go. Her plan was to stay in her house with a flotation device and attempt to weather the storm. And my fear is that there's more of her out there that are like that. And we've done everything that we can do to help everyone through this storm. But again, as I said before, the time's coming soon where we won't be able to respond. I will have to keep my officers in so we can respond out and assist everybody in the recovery efforts. So remember that we will get through this together and to hunker down and stay safe. And I'll have Mary Lou from TICO.
So much shorter than him. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mary Lou Karn from Tampa Electric. Everyone at Tampa Electric has been working around the clock to prepare for a safe restoration from Hurricane Milton. We've assembled more than 5,000 utility workers to assist us as soon as the storm has passed and it's safe to do so. This is the largest deployment of utility workers that Tampa Electric has ever assembled for a storm restoration, just to give you a little idea of how serious we are taking this storm. With a storm of this magnitude and intensity, we expect for there to be some serious damage to our infrastructure, which may lead to extended outages. We ask that customers please be prepared for several days' worth of essentials and to have patience with us, please, as we work to restore power after the storm safely. If you should experience a power outage at any time before, during, or after the storm, you can report it to us. It's a method that we use to keep track of outages and to put them into our restoration work plans. You may go to our website at tampaelectric.com/storm to access our outage map. You may text OUT to 27079, or you can call us at 877-588-1010. So a few tips I'd like to give today mostly revolve around during storm and after storm activities, because that is the phase that we have entered. Again, if you're going to use a portable generator, it can't be said enough to please use it outside, away from enclosed spaces. It should be kept dry and away from the rain. To avoid floodwaters, so say my hide energized lines. Those are, inside your home floodwaters, outside your home floodwaters. Always assume that down power lines are energized. If you see a down power line, that is an emergency and you should call 911. Do not touch the power line. Do not touch anything that the power line might be touching because it might conduct electricity. If you experience electrical damage or flooding from the storm, please keep your breaker turned off until a licensed electrician can inspect and repair your system. They will need to do that before we are able to restore power to your home. Additionally, to protect your items from power surges, so used to saying storm surge, power surges, please unplug any appliances that you are not using or anything that you do not want to have potential damage. In addition to that, I ask that if you see our crews in the field, that you please do not approach them while they're working. Although they love to have our customers, thank them for being in the area and love assisting, they are laser focused on their safety. This is a very complex restoration, and everybody wants to get home safe. So please show your appreciation from a little bit of a distance. We also ask that if you're cleaning up after the storm, you please do not pile debris under the power lines or in areas where we would have to access a power line, so that we can speed up our restoration activities. And if you're going to be digging in your yard or anywhere else to help clean up, please do not do so until you call 811. There are many underground power lines in the area, and if you start to dig, you might become in contact with an energized underground power line, which would be deadly. For more safety tips and more information that might be helpful to you in the storm, you can go to our storm center at tampaelectric.com/storm. Now, after the storm has passed and it is safe to do so, we will begin our outage restoration process. So whenever there is a power interruption, we take a priority restoration approach so that our community can respond as quickly as possible. The first thing that Tampa Electric does, as soon as it is safe, is that we ensure our power plants and transmission lines are in proper working order. Then we restore power to essential services to help the community: hospitals, police stations, fire stations. Once they are back online, we focus on public services such as communication providers, supermarkets, home improvement stores, things that will help people recover. After that, we work to restore the largest group of people in the shortest amount of time. So during our damage assessment process, we identify different levels of complexity to repair power. We begin with repairing power that may not be as complex, that will restore thousands of people at one time. That will happen before we go to individual homes or smaller outages. That just helps everybody get back online a lot faster. So I would like, just before closing, to say thank you to everyone for your collaboration and support. I'd like to thank my fellow Tampa Electric team members, the city, the county, the state, our first responders, and our customers. Thank you, and stay safe.
Before we bring up Maribel Garrett for translation, I just want the community to understand the work that is going on, and that work is being done collaboratively. President Biden, the FEMA Administrator Siswell, Governor DeSantis, State Emergency Operations Chief Kevin Guthrie, everyone is working hand in hand to make sure that we have the resources that we need to go through this storm and then to recover effectively. We have all of our first responders on duty. We have just about all of our personnel on duty to clear streets afterwards, to make sure the water continues to run, that we don't have any wastewater overflows, that mobility, that we can get people up and moving again. But what I ask of the community, one is post-storm, please let your friends and relatives know you're okay. We'll be getting a number of calls saying, I can't get in touch with my family. Will you go check on them? So please let everybody know that you are okay. And also, can't stress this enough, whether you go to the state, to Hillsborough County, or to the city of Tampa, for us in Tampa, simply Tampa Ready to 888-777, Tampa Lista to 888-777, and you will get factual, real-time information. Don't go back outside until you have been told that it is safe to do so. You're going to have down power lines that could still be active, standing water. Who knows what is in that? You can't drive through that. So please wait until we make sure that it's safe for you to go outside. And again, we will be here with you every step of the way. Mirabel?
Thank you, Mayor Castor. Maribel Garrett para la comunidad de Tampa. El momento de prepararse ya terminó. Es momento de mantenerse en sus hogares. El huracán Milton tiene un potencial de tener consecuencias mortales.